Hi guys, you heard me right. We are studying 4-7 freaking no. Real quick, we just gotta start some stuff up. Close up some tabs. And just see. We're ready to start. I already did some off cam.
Root word.
These are pretty much gonna be watching every freaking video social teachers post.
Accepting cultures.
So okay. Identity. Identity is too different. Definition. Force people to no, like this isn't a video real quick.
Which is accepting.
Okay. Mm-hmm. Acculturation. Accepting.
They've been affected because of globalization is acculturation, which is accepting. Root word. Accepting cultures.
We might just do social. We might do um math, maybe. Maybe even computer science, because I just don't want. Oh, I do have everything switched to computer science actually.
We are accepting cultures into our space. We are creating accommodation for them, which is creating space for other cultures. Because of that, we have things like diasporas that have been created, which is another fancy way of saying that you just have a group of an ethnicity all living together. We've also got hybridization, which is taking
Identity.
two separate things and creating something new. Our case study would be the Métis, our Francophone and Indigenous, coming together. We've also got hybridization, which is taking two separate things and creating something new. Our case study would be the Métis, our Francophone and Indigenous. Indigenous coming together to create. Our case study would be the Métis, our Francophone and Indigenous, coming together.
Good.
to create a whole new ethnicity, a whole new culture being the Métis. Some negatives of globalization affecting or affecting identity would be assimilation.
Obviously. Just okay, this one that's too specific. So, this is those bad things. It's gonna get banned, man. Get banned.
Root word meaning making them more and more similar. Case study that we focused on very heavily, residential schools taking away language, culture, identity, all of those things. End goal being homogenization, where there is no difference.
Yeah, that's not how I would ever design it. Yeah, thank you.
And everyone are one. End goal being homogenization, where Or there is no difference. Differences and everyone are one singular group. These are the negatives of globalization. And we focus on those through 4 different dimensions. Social, meaning the people. How does it affect the people? Economic, how does it affect the trading of resources and goods and services? Political, how does that interact with our governments? And environmental. Unit 1 of the world as global has taken a case study that we focus on. How does it affect? Focus on those through 4 different dimensions. So the negatives of globalization, and we focus on those.
Mm-hmm. Before. Mm. Political environment. That's something else. That's something for another day.
Goes through 4 different dimensions. Social, meaning the people. How does it affect the people? Economic, how does it affect the trading of resources and goods and services? Political, how does that interact with our governments? And environmental, how is that affecting our environment in the long run? Case study we focused on in Unit 1 was the banana trade. This is the modern day representation of how globalization is affecting the identity of the Ecuadorian people. We have poisons being dumped on them. We have. This is the environment in the long run. Interact with our governments and environmental. How is that affecting our environment in the long run? Case study we focused on in Unit 1, and does it affect the people? 4 different dimensions. Social, meaning the people. How does
Social. People.
it affect the people? Economic, how does it affect the trading of resources and goods and services?
It's weird.
Political, how does that interact with our governments?
Mm,
And environmental. How is that affecting our environment in the how does that interact with our governments? And environmental. How is that affecting our environment in the long run?
R.
The case study we
Excuse
focused
me, not the environment, it's R.
on in Unit 1 was the banana trade. This is the modern day representation
The banana tree. Did we do? I swear we did something. Me. Social. Force.
of how globalization is affecting the identity of the Ecuadorian people. We have poisons being dumped on them. We have labor laws being unregulated. We have all of these things that have caused
Environmental?
mass issues in other developing countries.
Okay. Environment reason. Ships. Mars. Regions. Seconds. Just want to go see if the teacher did something about the Ganges River. Yes. unfortunate. In India, in this place. No. They There's people.
Ganga River, known as the
Go. This bitch.
Ganges under British rule, is one of the most revered waterways in the world and also one of the most polluted. It provides water for nearly 500 million people, more than any other river in the world.
Polluted.
Stretching from the foothills of the Varanasi, India, on the
In a river that Ganges belly, trees and in float oil lamps and marigold. They take ritual baths, dips, even small sips while reciting prayers to heal the body, to cleanse the soul. India's high rate of waterborne illnesses, which kill an estimated the emergence of so commonly used antibiotics. Development posted online by his citing the
Red tapeism is the biggest cause for that.
Red tapeism.
Definitely.
online that will treat much of the daily effluent. But Rajiv Mishra, who heads the Prime
It's a very long-term thing.
He says it will take years to bring together the competing interests and jurisdictions across an area 1.5 times the size of Texas. And while the public supports a cleanup, Mishra says many don't perceive a grave threat to a river that they feel can withstand find their way into the river. They are now turned into incense sticks, which are sold in the river. Directly, tons of these chemically treated flowers find their way into the river. They, however, the natural flow. Water left for
3%,
says it's a political challenge that will become even more difficult.
Because of global
Just gotta be more, there's gotta be more. There's gotta be more. Do, 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 do. Do, do, do. Do, 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 do.
globalization. That was our main focus in Unit 1. But we needed to know how we got there, which is Unit 2. The starting of globalization is round 1. That's just trading of goods and services. We had the Silk Road going through Euro, Asia area. People were talking to one another, they were trading spices, they were trading goods, and then all of a sudden people were like, hey, do you know we use this Arabic numbering system? Math. And then they are like, well, that's good because we don't speak each other's languages, so let's deal with currency and trading it that way. So goods and ideas started going. Then we get our first kind of round of our first kind of force of globalization show up in full force, which was technology. We had the introduction of sails, compasses, things like that, which got people moving. The idea of getting new and improved things to go. So
Don't like the drawings. Chief protection. Two people are watching. Don't like the drawings. How's watching this? Oops. Okay. Oh. Oh. Your education, what? Is bro yapping about? Oh. Your education, what? Is bro yapping about? Okay, yeah. This is gonna go on forever. This game to never end. Anywho. Well, we could still stay until 9 o'clock at night. Okay, show it on. Economic, would that be? Industrial. No, industrial. Evolution.
Moving, the idea of getting new and improved things.
Idea. Getting new and improved things.
To go.
To go. Well, Uber
So
Eats was
that was
created. Uber Eats lower, guys. That literally Uber Eats lower. Literally Uber Eats lower. Right. Click. It's a pretty much have one open in the background. I date with Mark Parker. That's so funny. Actually, I'm just gonna go ahead and put this on mute. And instead of 1080p, we're gonna put this on 480p. I'm just gonna pause it, I guess. Even on the background, okay. So,
round one. Then round two happens, which is our first expansion of people throughout the globe. This is what is known as historical globalization.
idea of getting new improved things to come, such as compasses, printing press.
Starting in
Will that be economic?
1492, when Columbus sailed the ocean blue. Pause.
Phone
Hello?
ringing. The phone is ringing.
This is what is known as historical globalization, starting in 1492 when Columbus sailed the ocean blue.
The phone ringing.
Hello?
The phone ringing. The phone is
Also
ringing.
Scroll. Make it like scroll, you know, like the office.
Zubair, Mr. Crane wants you.
Uh-huh.
Okay, so where was I? Okay, 1492, Columbus starts sailing the ocean blue. And he does this for 3 reasons, and that's what most explorers are doing it for 3 reasons. God, gold, and glory, your 3 G's.
Is this still economic? Oh yeah, it is. Remember the right. 1492. Columbus sailed the ocean blue to historically even though I've never heard of it before until now. Right, 1492, when Columbus sailed the ocean blue. This America. Anyways, let's see. Shut up. 3G. 3G. That's a pretty bad one, I think. So,
Okay, 1492, Columbus starts sailing the ocean blue. And he does this for 3 reasons, and that's what most explorers are doing it for 3 reasons. God, gold, and glory.
God, gold, or popular in Europe. Evas. I want to be extinction. Could I actually spell that right? Extinction is extinction. What's can gold versus
Your 3 G's. So some Christians said, let's spread the word of Christ. The Muslims said, let's spread the word of Islam. All of these things, they start going into other countries. And because technology, one of our main forces of globalization, is expanding, we enter into the Industrial Revolution. So now we need lots of resources, we need lots of workers, we need all of these things. So the Industrial Revolution takes off. Everything starts expanding. Colonies start expanding. We start seeing people go into other countries based off of 2 reasons. Ethnocentrism, which is the idea that your race is better than others, and Eurocentrism, meaning the idea that the European culture and ideas and things are better. better than others. So what happens is the Berlin Conference, led by a certain Belgian man. Who is he? King Leopold II.
It's my more kingdom.
Gets this together. It's led by a certain Belgian man. Who is he?
King Leopold.
King Leopold II gets this together. He gets the European countries all together, and he says, "Hey, let's scramble up this Africa."
Just Berlin.
The European the Berlin Conference are better than others. So what happens is the Berlin Conference, led by a certain
Details part social shooter. If that was right. Finish the film. Online. Watch the fucking. We're gonna watch the short.
Belgian man. Who is he? King Leopold.
Conference. King Leopold II. But what? Country split. That's it. Kickstarted. How long will you be on this? Portable.
Leopold II gets this together. He gets the European countries all together, and he says, "Hey, let's scramble up this Africa. Let's hungry hippos it." They start creating new boundaries, new borders that didn't exist before, and all of that completely changes the cultural understanding and the identities of all the African people, because there's no real reason why people from the Congo should ever be speaking.
Okay, goodness. Think about that here.
Speaking French. They did that because of the legacies left behind. So we know King Leopold treats the Congolese people terribly. He rips rubber off their skin. He does all this because the
He didn't rip it off their skin directly.
Industrial Revolution has a massive desire for rubber. So once people start seeing that King Leopold is using his
I thought I was born in a just state of fact, but not. I don't know. Oh, no. Science. Yeah, I probably should not be saying that out loud, but you can just. I gotta fix my head, bro. It looks like shit. Should put the damn thing out there. Okay, like,
resources properly, he and for
yeah, I have all this and we're only like 4 minutes into the video.
his benefit, the slave trade begins.
Mhm. Okay, we're gonna go and underline. Economic political environment.
Slave trade is the beginning is very different. It's starts with only people who are criminals and who owe mass debts to people become slaves. But with King Leopold, showing that human resource can be used in your colonies, we get the birth of the transatlantic slave trade, which is our Portuguese and our Spanish and our British go to Africa, take the actual African people and
Okay. Good. Hold on. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Sophisticated strategy. I think that's it. This guy. Knowledge work. Science tech. Yes. Alright. So,
Populate Africa using that human resource as a way to expand their empires. Britain does it a little bit differently in a place like India, where they go into India and they do
indentured servitude, yes. If I just watch the video in like 2 seconds, what is
indentured slavery.
oh, it's indentured servitude, not domestic. Indentured. Which
Does it a little bit differently in a place like India, where they go into India and they do indentured slavery. Which is where you take Your slaves, distribute them into your colonies, and then give them a contract, basically saying you work for 7 to 12 years. After that, you become a citizen. India sees this eventually as an issue when our first ever transnational corporation, the British East India Company, monopolizes the cotton and textile industry.
Text. That's what it's called.
And ruins the Indian economic system. Once that happens, a little dude named Gandhi Indian economic system. Once that happens, a little dude named Gandhi pops up and says, hey, maybe we
Will do, man. English.
do self-sufficiency. And we don't take the goods and services provided by East India, and we
British East Indian Company.
provide it all ourselves. East India then loses all its resources. It doesn't have as much profit. They don't see the necessity of staying, so they decolonize.
Womp is not a word, guys.
Colonize. After that, India separates. It has the partition where they separate and Pakistan is created, and another diaspora, because of the identities presented in globalization, is where they colonize. After that, India separates. It has the partition where they separate and Pakistan is created, and another diaspora, because of the identities presented in globalization, is created in the form of the Muslim Pakistan and the Hindu India. Now, this continues, we start seeing that globalization is leaving terrible legacies behind. We have people not getting a fair distribution of wealth. We have people not getting the same kind of equity that the colonies are giving to their colonizers. Mercantilism is running wild. You have colonies making
I think someone just said shh.
to their colonizers. Mercantilism is
She said shh.
equity that the colonies are giving to their
Listen.
colonizers. Mercantilism is
Mm.
running wild. You have colonies making all of the money, the same kind of getting a fair distribution of wealth. We have people not getting the same kind of equity that the colonies are giving to their colonizers. Mercantilism is running wild. You have colonies making all of the money. The countries that have been colonized absolutely destroyed economically, which causes a lot of civil strife, leads us to World War I, where people are like, colonizing is stupid, let's get rid of it. Then the Great Depression.
Oh my god, we're gonna have a lot more. Economic, right? Okay. One. God.
because
What's it called? The group of everybody. It's only me. Okay, so you this fuck you. No, 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 no. Yeah, dude. Not the World Trade King. Nothing European. This piece, I don't know. NATO. Geneva suggestion. No, forgot. I'll just go here. Look at anything chart economics. Look at Piggy. It's gonna be something that I already knew, I just forgot. To watch it.
because nobody knows how to run their economies. And then World War II. World War II eventually leads towards the end of historical globalization because people say, hey, this is stupid, what if we all just work together and we combine everything so that people are less likely to murder? Because of the Great Depression, we also start seeing the rise of economic globalization because people say, that was a bad idea, we should probably regulate. This comes from a guy named John Maynard Keynes, who believes in the boom-bust theory. He says that in times of great prosperity, we increase taxes, we decrease spending, creating a piggy bank, and then in times of recession, we decrease taxes so people can spend their money and the government spends money getting them jobs. Then another guy
Sheesh.
whose tax spend is that in times of great prosperity, Maynard Keynes, who bad idea, you run, people are less likely to murder.
Controlling the weapon. Mhm. Um,
Because of the Great Depression, we also start seeing the rise of economic globalization because people say that was a bad idea. We should probably regulate. This comes from a guy named John Maynard Keynes, who believes in the boom-bust theory. He says that in times of great prosperity,
Christian.
we increase taxes, we decrease spending, create a piggy bank, and then in times of recession, we decrease taxes so people can spend their money and the government spends money. Money getting them jobs. Then another guy reads that is like, that is a stupid idea. I hate that totally. His name is Friedrich Hayek. He says Hayek to the government. No,
Shut up.
hate that totally. His name is Friedrich Hayek, and he says Hayek to the government.
Shut up.
No government involvement. That's the worst way. Capitalism, created by Adam Smith, is the way to go. That's how. How strong survive. And then a guy named Milton Friedman comes up and he's like, there is a middle ground. Maybe. We just deal with international trade and dealing with each other rather than being super involved in the government or in the economy. Leading us to economic globalization, which is from 1945 to till now, also known as
Present.
contemporary globalization, and that began at the Bretton Woods Conference in
Das war echt.
1945, where all the 44 countries got together and they decided to create the General Agreements on Trade and Tariffs, which later would become the World Trade Organization in 1995. Agreements on Trades and Tariffs, which later
Okay.
later would become the World Trade Organization. In 1995, the World Bank, which deals with large-term loans, and countries who need help, and the IMF, which deals with currencies and small loans. Those are all created. The world intertwines its economies because you're less likely to nuke a country if they owe you $20 billion. Intertwines its economies because you're less likely to nuke a country if they owe you $20 billion.
I would write it.
Then our economic globalization continues. We start seeing that maybe globalization was, and the legacies left by globalization in Unit 2 and historical globalization have really put a detriment onto the developing countries. So the UN becomes the measure of this marker. And they create the Human Development Index, which measures sustainability, knowledge, quality of life, and standard of living. Quality goals, that realistic and sustainable practices in globalization. Where one group isn't being very positive over another group. Now, this is where we get into our ethical citizenship and why we learn these things so that the future generations can see these disparities and come up with ways to sustainably develop both environmentally with resources and with climate change and economic. With our differences in prosperity and poverty levels, and socially where people are no longer longer dealt with based off of the color of their skin and their ability to live in certain places, and politically, when we realize that certain governments and certain ideas are not equitable practices. Ethical citizenship, because of globalization, is where we are at now. Boom. Thank you. Thank you. Nailed it.
Shoelace Learning is a game-based learning platform that delivers reading comprehension content through video games kids love to play in the classroom.
Hello, good people of social studies. Today we're going to talk about how to do your source analysis. So here is what I suggest you do if you are at home and you are not in class. My recommendation is to go into D2L, go to our course, 30-1, click on resources, click on content, and once you get there, take a look at Unit 1, and here I have source analysis example. You can click on that, and there is an example from a few years ago. And how do I zoom in? Oh, well, whatever. You can zoom in. And so my recommendation is take a look at this. So we have one source, another source, and a third source. So what do we have? We've got a quote from Ayn Rand, which is more right-wing, and then we've got an excerpt from the Edmonton Journal, with which doing a bit of an anti-look at here, a political cartoon, which we will take a look at here. Interruption. Here's what of how each source links to liberalism. So all about liberalism, is it against liberalism? Which principles of liberalism?
Welcome back, Social 10. We are looking at a new essay prompt here today. And what is the first thing you should always do with an essay source? What's the first thing you should do? Read through it one time. Big picture, right? So we read it, it says, let the countries who have found their way into development lead all others. Globalization has the potential to solve the world's problems if only the westernized countries would have the courage to carry the torch. So we read through it once, and then maybe we go back again and we highlight key terms. So my first question then would be, what are some key terms that you believe are essential to unpacking this source? Yes. Okay. So you might highlight this part, globalization has potential. Can I get you to go ahead and highlight that? Oh, you don't have the document open? So let's pick maybe the color green for that.
What is this?
Maybe the color green for that. Globalization has the potential. We'll try to figure out what that means in a moment. Any other big rocks, any other essential parts of the source that you think will be key to unpacking it?
Western.
Western? Westernized countries. So can I get you to highlight that in a different color? Different than green? Yeah, that color will work for us. Anything else that you would have circled on your page? Let the countries who have found their way into development lead all others. Globalization has the potential to solve the world's problems if only the westernized countries have the courage to carry the torch. Yes? Lead all others? Okay. So maybe highlight that. We'll talk about that then. So the first step is always to read it as, one passage. Step through. Once we've done, so step one is to do what? What is the first thing we're meant to do? Yes. Before we can do that, we have to identify something. What do we have to identify? Yes. What the source is about, right? What's on the page. Before we can talk about, why it's on the page, we need to get to the what's on the page. And when we talk about the what's on the page, what's the what? What's the big thing that we look at through these sources? Before we can get to an ideological perspective, the ideological perspective is about something. What is it going to be about? Yeah, so we're looking for, to what extent is it celebrating or challenging the theme of the course? So the first thing we have to do, step one, is identify the theme. So somebody could type in, step one, identify the theme. Who's going to be our somebody? Who wants to be our somebody? Not 67675, but down here where it says step one, yeah, identify the theme. Thank you.
And guys, don't.
We brought you here.
Don't care about that.
So first step, we need to always identify the theme. So if we're writing this up, we might, our first sentence in our analysis, the source provided gives us a look into the theme of, and then blank, right? The source provided gives us a window or a look.
Okay. I should here. Whoops. That okay, we're just going. Into the video. No, don't get dogs. Don't get dogs, man. It's me, oh my.
A window or look into the theme of some.
Mm-hmm.
I was 10 years old. My uncle tried to get me to touch his. The Indian Act. First Nations Canada down. The Indian Act down. The Grady into what the fuck? Grady, the impact of commercialization. What? The impact of colonization. What? Many countries are colonized in Europe to say fuck. Fuck. Monopoly. Fuck. Yo, but bro, your stream is slow as heck.
I know, it's terrible.
Damn, I heard my own voice talking.
Yeah, we got the ultimate mega giga. No.
Can't go to stream.
No. I'll just mute my mic. No.
I have fun. How long were you?
Let's see. I've been doing it for an hour and 42 minutes.
An hour and 40. Alright, bye bye. Have fun with the next 6 hours of studying.
Yeah. Thanks. Why did Ryan home? Oh. It's banned. Anywho. No big whoop. Okay, so we already got... Definitely got this one. We did... Let's watch the theme.
What is the theme of this source? Globalization, right? Globalization is the theme of this.
It's the theme of
Globalization
everything.
will be the theme of all sources in Social 10. 20 will be nationalism. 30 will be government and governed. How do we know that this is about globalization? Well, where in it is it mentioning globalization as the theme?
Literally says right there.
Can I get you to highlight with your screen?
We'll try to just.
Yo, Daniel. What? Yeah. You're gonna do the 7 hours. I'm doing the 7 hour, man.
It's cool. Alright, have fun.
Mm-hmm. Going gamos. I'm doing this. I'm doing the 7 hours. Hi, pal. Okay, Peter Griffin. Anyway. Peter Griffin. Issue. That's entirely correct. I'll put the equal sign so it looks a little better. Issue. What? What? God damn, this shit's issue. What is the issue? Does the awesome confirmation opposite environmentalist? The antonym. Consumptive. Destructive. Environmentally irresponsible. So, this campaign was shit. Most of the camp shit. But it's always like that, so whatever. It's just like pissing me off. We gotta get the RGB headphones. Shut up now. Anyway. Gotta get the RGB. Bro. I'm trying to get the. Gotta plug them in. We got the RGB headphones, guys. It's pretty cool. RGB headphones are pretty lit. We got the top parts.
Screen highlight how we know it's about globalization. Right there, globalization, right? Globalization has the potential.
To get me here, my brother is being one. Capper.
Right? So that's the overall arching theme of this source is we're talking about globalization. So early in your analysis paragraph, the first step you're going to do is announce the theme. The source presented provides a window into the theme of globalization. That might be my first sentence in my paragraph, my analysis paragraph. You know, the source presented provides a window into the theme of globalization. More
Was provided.
You know, the source presented provides a window into the
Provides a window. Into
theme of globalization. More specifically, it does something with globalization. It either celebrates it or it challenges it. Which is it doing here? Yes. Celebrating. So it says it's going to solve the world's problems. So the source provides a window into the theme of globalization. More specifically, through the inclusion of the term solve the world's problems, it explicitly, right, through the inclusion of the use of solve the world's problems, it is explicitly celebrating globalization. So, source provides.
Hold quick. No, a date was marked already. So you just were whack, man. What already? What already? The stream is tweaking, man. Let's close up some money tabs.
It's a window into the theme of globalization, more specifically through the inclusion of or the use of to solve the world's problems. It explicitly celebrates globalization. It is explicitly celebrating it.
Go into the Fold and turn website layouts into an art form with Wix Studio.
But once you've, what's the next thing we're looking for? Yeah? Yeah, what is the issue? So here's the theme, but underneath the umbrella that is globalization, that umbrella is or challenge or something. What is the problem? What is the issue? What is the problem presented? Yes? Okay, so one problem, one nuance of the problem is that Western countries have a potential that they're not living up to. Let's keep that idea, to the side for a second. We're going to come back to that. Let's say the Edmonton Oilers want to win the Stanley Cup. And they have the potential to win the Stanley Cup. If only they had the courage to do something, they would win the Stanley Cup. So you can see how it connects, right? That it's an obstacle in the way. The lack of courage could be seen as an obstacle in the way of overcoming the problem. And sometimes the obstacle becomes the problem. But let's read it through again. Let the countries who have found their way into development lead all others. Globalization has the potential to solve the world's problems, if only the westernized countries would have the courage to carry the torch. So you're certainly right that this lack of courage from the Western countries is an obstacle, and in and of itself that is a problem. But ultimately, underneath the idea that the source is celebrating globalization, it's celebrating it to do what? Yes? Yeah, it offers globalization as a solution to, now you said disparity and inequality, those words aren't there. What words are there?
To carry the torch. Lead all others.
World's problems. So what is the problem that the source is responding to? Literally, the problem is the world's problems. That's the problem. That's the issue in globalization. The issue within globalization is that there's problems.
What is that? There's problems? The problem? There's problems? It's almost been 2 hours.
That's the issue. The issue is that globalization.
Oh my goodness. Jesus. Wait, what? It's a good game.
I know, right? Shit stream. Alright, bye-bye.
Wait, my math grade just went up 1%. Let's go. Sorry, bye.
Has problems. Now the obstacle, why aren't we addressing the problems? The obstacle is that the Western countries maybe lack the courage to address the problems.
I actually want to see what I actually did on the test, you know. If it went up 1%, that's like 10% difference. It's exactly the same as I did on the other 84%, which is earlier.
But the problem is this term world problems. So far we have a paragraph that might look like this. The source presents, or the source provided gives us an insight into the theme of globalization. More specifically, by suggesting that it can solve the world's problems, or by explicitly stating it solves the world problems, we can determine that it celebrates globalization. But there still are world problems. The issues within the source are these world problems. Now, the language of world problems is quite vague, isn't it? So we might say that although the source announces that globalization is challenged by world problems, it's very vague in describing what these problems are. But we can infer that the source would include these things as the world problems. So, first sentence, the source presents insight into the theme of globalization. Second sentence, more specifically, the inclusion of the phrase, globalization has the potential to solve the world's problems. It is explicitly celebrating globalization. Within the source, they use the term world's problems as the issue. This is literally the problem of globalization. Unfortunately, that language is quite vague. So it leaves the reader the necessity to infer what that phrase implies.
I don't really see a difference. This guy, I don't really see what this implies. Are we back all the way to the 3-minute mark, bro?
If you have an hour this week, you can learn 100 songs on the piano by learning just 4
Just the
chords.
chords.
These.
Yeah, but that's just the chording, buddy.
So our next step implies need to
Here comes the nerd emoji part.
infer what that phrase implies. So our next step
Infer what's implies. Nerd.
is going to get rid of that space there. Boop. Our next step is going to be to, now that we've announced that the problem is world problems, although the problem is stated, in a very vague or general way, we can infer that it's referring to these things. And you already said some of them. You said disparity and poverty. Anything else that it could be referring to?
Yeah.
Back with globalization.
What are we here for?
Perspective of the source, that perhaps right, is courage on the way. That was the audience countries have. Yeah, so that's definitely going to be a nuance, especially of that protocol and all. So Canada might look at that and it says, let the Western countries have the courage to carry the torch, and Canada might be like, wait a minute, what about these countries? Should they carry the torch? Probably yes. Or this UK found their way. It's ignoring the burden that who has. It's ignoring development countries. Much response to well, people want to be recognized as having courage. So the voice behind the source is using the word courage to min problems. So that's a part of the division of society. So we have unpacked that.
So when we've reached the 3-hour mark, we're going to switch over to math. What's right here? Why isn't... Oh, it's because this is okay.
Logical perspective, but we also have this idea of division of society. Would everybody agree with the perspective of the source? What language within the source might create a point of frustration or controversy or connected up to way because right? We said the world's problems are and control and deglobalizing.
Quit your yapping.
Change is a problem. Some people might be.
Quit your yapping, boy. Alright, so we're into that. We're just gonna watch a ton of videos that my social teacher posted. And reaction. Because why not? Yeah, so. I'm not gonna watch, the 5-hour long videos she tells. We're not watching this. Thousands of without really not one. Without one. Basically, we'll just watch the part. Then she said we left off. Where did she say that? Finish the film. We started at 1 hour and 2 minutes. Okay. Okay. Let's try this. Flight trip. I can barely hear it. That's mean. Stop the comment. Boo. Freaking Nestle. 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 Never have a Nestle quick again. Wait a second. What if the reason it's not actually chocolate milk? Conspiracy theory. It's not actually chocolate milk. It's just dirty water. Just see, it's that water right there. That is the chocolate milk. Hillard, Ohio. Real knee slapper, guys. Hopefully 360p. If it will play on Minecraft. That's not Gandhi. Shut up. I thought he was gonna say the motherfucker. Okay, we're good. How rude. No, just your kid. We're in India now, bro. Coca-Cola. Coca-Cola. Coca. Coca-Cola. That's actually just normal water, but it's from the water in India. What? I'm just saying, maybe you should find another water source. Just saying, not trying to get canceled. Because obviously they're not budging. And yeah, I know the quality is terrible. It's like it's even worse on bot. But you guys are seeing it from me. Yeah. God damn. Free fertilizer. Such a manufacturing. My I got water right here. Actually, I got water right here. Don't come get the water, Coca-Cola. What the fuck? We'll follow where the animals go to get. Yeah, quick. This is loud like mouse king. Roblox. Right, Roblox? Ah! I'm just kidding, I just need to get my charger. Or I definitely can charger. I can hear it like this now through the one's ear because it's like bending the headphones. Well, it's not. Plug in, you stupid thing. Oh my god. It turned on for a second. The strategy. How's the strategy? What's this guy, man? Roblox. Roblox. New Delhi. I'm still paying attention, guys. No, I say we die. I guess. Shit, all my bees are. Oh, I forgot to click my hive, so none of my bees are alive. Poor man. Where's Poorman? Well, he's all the way up here. You guys come on, make the change already, bro. Gotta unprivatize the water in India. Because they're poor. Wait, no. West England. Try not to damage your engine, although impossible. Yes, follow Article 31. Everyone has a right to free water. Yeah, guys. Not allowed to not have because I'm water, bro. Yeah, Coca-Cola. Going up against the human rights, bro. Coca-Cola L. Coca-Cola is in madness. For love of water. Not the love of water, the need of water. Poor people. Not like what a nice, lovely video that was.
This is one of the thousands of unregulated, unmonitored mines in the DRC. It's crawling with children, working like modern-day slaves. A 12-hour-long day of punishing work may earn them the equivalent of £1. Although one of the poorest countries on earth, DRC is rich in minerals. But a history of brutal colonial exploitation looks like being repeated now, in 2017. Much of it's mined by hand.
Actually, 2017 is not right now.
In harsh, potentially hazardous conditions. And wretched whether or not, the rush is on for a mineral the DRC has in great abundance, cobalt, and it's fast becoming more precious than gold. It's a critical ingredient in lithium-ion batteries which power smartphones and laptops.
Oh my god, this is from the Congo.
Are at the heart of the mining production.
That's not good.
Wearing no shoes and in the most wretched conditions, Dorsan is ordered to retrieve the sack he's forgotten. There's an urgency now. The rains make this dangerous work even more risky, and Dorsan's told in no uncertain terms he risks a beating if he messes up again. Dorsan, with Richard beside him, have worked all day. They're 8 and 11 years old. Even this punishing work doesn't guarantee enough for food. Dorsan hasn't eaten for 2 days now. This is what helpless looks like, and he's one of the children making millions for multinational corporations in America and China whilst they suffer in squalor. For this, they'll get maybe 8 British pence a day.
Walitusukuma tunaenda tena tunarudia. Ndio nashikia sana mkongo inauma. Hata mimi natumia mkongo nilimaka na mbavu na nikula kinapita kile nyuma.
The tunnels are dug by hand with no supports. They frequently collapse, especially during rain.
You got the GoPro on him,
using holes carved in the rock and no safety equipment. This most precious of minerals is often extracted and sorted by tiny hands. They don't wear gloves or masks, yet the World Health Organization says exposure to cobalt and breathing in its dust fumes can cause long-term health problems. We visited 5 different mines across the south of DRC and found all used child workers. Monica's the youngest worker in this group at just 4. But even those barely able to walk have lost their childhoods to mining. Natalie's 12 years old. My fingers hurt, she tells us. Miles away on a different site, Makumba Mateba shows us the cobalt tunnel he's dug with 3 of his friends. It's physically tough work. They removed all this rock by hand over nearly 4 months.
It's incredibly insecure for them. Although this is really rich in minerals and it's going down just 15 meters, there's no support bars, they have no protective masks or protective equipment at all. And right at the bottom, I can see water.
It's his village's water which Makumba's convinced has caused his health problems. After a lifetime of drinking it, he has a huge tumour on his throat.
Quand on est en train de travailler à Kitowe, là on cultive la tomate, en train de cultiver, si j'ai soif, je pars puiser de l'eau.
There are countless reports of other health problems from those living nearby and working on the mines.
On trouve les infections, mingi ni mama infection, ndio ile tunaona huko. Kasi mama anatumika makariere sana, tazama mtoto na infection shulungula, mingine kuna bima buton, mingine ndio tunaona donc makozi ile natoka mama mimba nenda makariere.
These twins are just 2 days old, and although small, so far they're healthy, to the relief of their mother.
Hii maminere unaleta maproblem kama wewe mwanamke unaenda kutumika huko. Inaleta maproblem difficulty kama una mimba. Shi mwanamke ni mama yangu kunetupeleka kukwesa mama yangu kunetupeleka tunaenda kutumika.
But even if they stay healthy, the twins face a lifetime of hard labour as soon as they can walk. The children's cobalt is sold cheaply to mostly Chinese traders who we film secretly. They don't ask questions about where their cobalt comes from or who's worked to extract it. They just want the best price.
The black part is cobalt.
Even those who aren't Chinese, this trading market has Indian owners, told us they sell onto the dominant Chinese exporter of cobalt, CDM. The cobalt first mined here is then sold again to the Chinese parent company, which then supplies some of the world's biggest battery makers. And those batteries, with ingredients which originated in DRC, end up in, for instance, smartphones. It's an intricate supply chain which allows easy deniability for the multinationals making huge profits. An investigation last year by Amnesty found similar human rights abuses. Nothing appears to have changed. Most of these child miners will never own a smartphone. They barely survive from day to day. And many other children like Dorsan will be back again tomorrow, digging out one of the most sought-after minerals of our time for a pittance. Alex Crawford, Sky News in the DRC.
On to the next video. 21 minutes.
In Nepal, over 1 million children are engaged in labor. Many of them in exploitative and dangerous work in brick factories. A booming multi-million-dollar industry, there are more than 1,500 registered brick factories across the country. The law here strictly prohibits the employment of children under the age of 14. Yet, around 10% of the workers in brick factories are underaged.
We have evidence of at least 87 children under the age of 14 working in these 6 factories.
Some of them are as young as 5 years old.
Sorry, the what factories?
Working in these 6 factories.
Some of them are as young as 5 years old.
Pretty much everywhere I go, there are so many children, some very young, working at all sorts of businesses. And no one's even trying to hide it.
I think it's really their fault.
Ratahat district in southern Nepal has the largest number of brick factories in the country. Arvind is 11 years old. and works here from dawn to dusk. So does his 13-year-old sister, Sangeeta. After the death of their father a few years ago, the siblings became their family's breadwinners.
How long have you been doing this for?
3 साल से.
How many days a week do you normally work here?
7 दिन.
Every day. Why do you work here?
कमाली तो दाल उल किन के चावल किन के खाएगी.
With no set hours, the workers are paid by the brick.
How many bricks do you make usually in a day?
200-300.
200 to 300 bricks a day. How much do you get paid?
1000 होला ना तो 900 रुपया देला.
It's cheap.
So it would take him 4 days, working over 10 hours to make roughly $7. That's only $1.75 per day, less than half the national minimum wage here.
It's just so bad.
Lower pay is one of the main factors that makes employing children attractive to businesses.
Attractive? Employing children is attractive. That's all so. Oh crap. YouTube, music? YouTube music. Too bad I don't care about YouTube music.
Who taught you how to make bricks?
एगो टरला कोई लग हम भाई के सिखा ले तो हम अइली न ते पाथे तरली चोथरा ए सोन के न ते सही पाथे पाथे हमरा ले गए.
Oh, poor kids.
No proper training and poor working conditions mean injuries are frequent. Arvind hurts his toe.
Do you often get injured or hurt yourself when you're working here?
Arvind is also exposed to a huge amount of dangerous chemicals emitted by the kiln chimneys, which can cause a variety of lifelong respiratory, cardiovascular, chimneys, which can cause a variety of lifelong respiratory, cardiovascular, and neurological complications.
He's taking me to that factory next door to introduce me to some of his other friends who work in these factories.
According to a UNICEF report in 2021, there are an estimated 17,000 child laborers working in Nepal's brick factories. These bricks are reported to have been used in international development projects funded by the Asian Development Bank, the UN, the UK, and the US.
Hello.
ऋतिक, राजेश, लीलम, 8-9 बरस के हुई सर.
8, 14, 12, all below age of employment.
ये हमर टोला में के बाटे ही सर.
Well, actually, you said anyone less than 14, so actually one of them was allowed.
घरे लम के.
Hello.
John, hello guys, no?
He's 6 years old and he's been working here for a year already. That's his mom?
छोटी माँ बाप नहीं थे मर गए बीमारी रही
Brick factories are only the tip of the iceberg. Fueled by poverty and corruption, nearly 1 in 7 children in Nepal are engaged in various forms of labor. Filmed on our smartphones, these are underage children working in kiosks, shops, hotels, and restaurants. Many of them are living away from their parents, and some have been trafficked across the border from India, making them more vulnerable to some of the worst forms of exploitation. According to the police, there's only been 1 case of prosecution for child labor in the last 2 years. Nepal's government has ratified many national and international policies to combat child labor and has pledged to eliminate it by 2025. Yet, the budget allocated for inspections focused on the issue was $3,400 last year, with only 10 inspectors for a population of over 30 million.
Yeah, I fixed this.
Back at the brick factory, like every other day, Arvind is hard at work.
He's hard at work.
Who told you to come to work?
Mom, कहीं जो इटा बात के घर खोए तनका आराम करे पेंट हम कहीं हम जाए पैसा कमा के मम्मी के दे मन लागे तो मन ना करेला.
Why not?
ऐसे ही तंग आ चुके हम कहली हम पढ़म लेकिन हम कहियो कहले हम बाप न बात कमाए के पढ़ हम पढ़े के चाहे ताइए लड़का से प्राइवेट डॉक्टर बन.
Do you ever feel angry at your mom for making you go to work? It's gonna start raining soon and they can't make bricks when it's raining, so Arvind has to go home, which means no money for him today.
How much time we got? Oh, we good. Too bad. She may hold it.
Arvind lives here with his mom and 2 teenage sisters. They're part
Why don't they go to work?
of an entrenched caste system. As Dalits, or the so-called untouchables, this family is at the bottom of the hierarchy in their Nepalese society.
Pickles on it.
The Dalits
Yeah, so terrible.
are often thought of as dirty, not allowed to spend time with, touch, or even drink from the same well as the upper caste.
Right.
Mango. Okay.
Very good.
Save some food for them. Jeez, man. Jeez, lady.
The Dalits
Just
are
kidding.
mostly unskilled laborers with no assets, trapped in a vicious cycle of poverty. The highest rate of child labor is prevalent among this caste.
Yeah.
गहूम कूट के केकरो गोबर पात के केकरो घास गोर के घर में कमा के गिलावा धो के ईटा धो के गर्जिनो बड़ा झील से लोग बड़ा झील से बालो तक पहुंचलो गर्जिनो बड़ा दूर तक.
Did you ever go to school?
No पढ़े लिखे से त आदमी बारे केना बुझाई दे हमारा अब त गरीब मजबूरी त काम करे चला रही त
Here, primary and the first part of secondary education is compulsory. Yet Arvind has never been to school, and he's not alone. 1 in 5 children in the country between the ages of 5 to 12 are estimated to be out of school.
What would happen to you and your family if Arvind stopped working? As a mother, how does that make you feel?
हमारी तो लड़का लगता कमा के खिया के पूछ के चटकर बना दे अब तक ना कमाम तो कहाँ से आई.
When it comes to child labor, it's easy to blame the parents sending their kids to work. But in reality, the situation is so much more complex than that. There are so many factors leaving people in the desperate enough position to make their kids go to work. And on top of that list is poverty.
It's election time across Nepal. Time for citizens to choose their local governments for the next 5 years. Highly powerful local bodies don't just execute the law, but they have the power to make new ones as well. Voters in election rallies from across the district are showing their support for their chosen candidates. During the course of our
District 8 hospital. The best Hunger Games character. District 8 hospital helper. Definitely not most critical.
Our investigation, Vice World News found out that the brick factory, which employs Arvind, is owned by a local politician named Rambabu Prasad Chowdhury.
He's clearly very popular. Look at all these people standing here pushing through just to be able to get a glimpse.
And he's campaigning to become the next ward chairperson of this district.
There's only one vote. Only one person to vote. Oh, sorry, this is not North Korea.
वडाध्यक्ष की जिम्मेदारी तो वो अपन काम सही से करे के चाहिए कहके जोन काम के लिए ये वो तो वडाध्यक्ष बेला स्थानीय सरकार बेला कि ये स्थानीय सरकार के काम बाकी प्रत्येक चीज के जिम्मेदारी वो अपने पास में.
So, if you win this position, you're going to have a lot of power. Do you think someone who doesn't follow the law themselves should become a politician or even run for elections?
कानून के अंदर में रह के हम सब जनता पर बनता ही ऊपर अंदर में चले पड़ते कि भ्रष्टाचार एक बहुत बड़ा देश के लिए समस्या.
I gotta make me.
क्या है निर्वाचन आयोग के जो कानून व नियम अनुसार सब.
I'm gonna be the leader of Kenya.
दंडित होके चाहिए.
Employing children in Nepal is a criminal
Also, Nepal.
offense, and we have evidence that there are at least 18 children
You know the weird,
working
like a triangle. Kind of
in
flag.
your factory in this ward. Why are you breaking the law?
वो हमारे पास में जानकारी रहा कि बाल-बाल का हमारा फाइटिंग में काम करी था.
I can show you. Look, this is your factory, right? Yeah, see? Children working.
बच्चा से इटे ना पताते.
What is he doing here then?
वो सब वीडियो बनावेला बनाले अपने घर. तो डायरेक्ट तो कोनो बच्चे हमारा फाइटिंग में ना होते.
That's not true.
हमने के तो जानकारी में ना रहे से बच्चा सब में काम करता कर हमने तो 2 दिन 4 दिन पर इटा पाथे ले भरे तो देखे ना गेली. हमने तो गेली ऑफिस जाके देख के चल गई.
But that doesn't change the fact that you employ children.
Over the course of an hour-long interview, and despite me showing him videos of children working in his factory, Rambabu continues to insist that he doesn't know of any children working for him, and that if he's elected, he wants to improve the livelihood and education of the community. A few weeks after this interview, Rambabu won the elections.
I should have won.
While waiting for politicians like Rambabu to take real action against child labor, children like Arvind are being helped by local charities like Our Sansa. Mukesh Shah is its country representative, managing their various projects across the country.
लड़का सब के ना पढ़ाओ छोट बच्चों सब के ना पढ़ाओ तो उनके भविष्य अंधकार हो जाता है।
पैसा सजो कराई तुम्हारी लड़का सब के पढ़ा लिखा ना तो हम लड़का पढ़ता ही।
हां तो ये लड़का सब कितना कमा लो सन अपने के माने महीना में रोज कितना कमा लो
$28
500 300 400 ऐना कमा
Oh.
अब कितना कमा लो
She said he made $7.
हां तो ये लड़का सब कितना
He made $7 a week or 10 days. So it should at least be like 28.
कमा लो सन अपने के माने महीना में रोज कितना कमा लो सन बच्चा खाली
500 300 400 ऐना कमा लो कोई में
अपने खेत तो बाकी ना
ना एको काठा ना
ये तो हमको खेत
तो ना
Mukesh proposes a deal to Arvind's mom and the parents of other children the charity has found working in the factories. The negotiation is not an easy task, and not everyone agrees to take part. A lot of the families here say they aren't aware that child labor is illegal and that they don't think it's harmful to their kids. For them, it's been a common practice for generations, deeply rooted in their community.
It's a loophole. It's just you make your own business. I'm saying, make your own business. And your kid can work for you. They are allowed.
The mothers who agreed to be a part of Mukesh's
like a farm deal
to let their children go to school instead of work in exchange for a financial incentive.
From now on, once a month, these mothers
also kind of like slavery
are going to come and queue up here just like this to receive the equivalent of what their children earned in rice. Why rice?
Because this is the main essential things that they need to buy actually. So they will have not any financial load on sending them to school. Then only we say support them every month.
This is the way for the charity to not only fill that financial gap, which is the main reason these mothers say they send their kids to work in the first place, but to also make...
Worst part is you can buy those bags like here. Like, seriously. No. Let's go Walmart because I'm sure I think they have rice bag. Okay, let's just go rice. I swear I saw something. It might have been like soybean or something. It's like a sack of rice. Let me show you. It's not 20 cents. Indomie. Couscous, we're in the couscous. Okay, we're good. Yeah, Costco, obviously. Whew. That's 20 kilograms. They're getting it for a steal, man. Holy.
This is the way for the charity to their kids to work in the duration of this payment depends on class attendance. How is this support going to help you?
How is the support going to help you? It's great. It'll help us.
How do you feel about that?
Your teeth are bright as well. I'm telling you, those teeth are great.
How do you feel about that?
There's not so much about hers. Not bad. Yeah, my son was
Today,
terrible.
the team from Arsansa will get the children out of the factories.
Morning, guys. Ready?
And kidnap them.
Sabita, Ramshila, and Sonila are all former child laborers themselves. Arvind and a number of the other children are brought out of the factories and told that they no longer have to work.
But what about, wait a second. Oh, those guys over there.
Arvind and a number of the other children are brought out of the factories
Oh, no, but those
and
are
told
adults.
that they no
Who cares
longer
about
have
them?
to work.
Some of them are in this car, some of them are in the other, and we are on our way to the classroom that's been prepared for them.
There are at least 67 more children identified by the charity still working in the 6 brick factories near the village. In the coming months, the Arsansa team plans to get them out too, and eventually, using the evidence they've gathered over the months, take legal action against their employers.
All's fair in competition. No, I'm just kidding.
Walking through the gates of their new school. A first for Arvind and many of the other kids. Most of them have never received any formal education. To bring them up to an appropriate level for their age, the charity has prepared a transitional class for the new students.
We give education, psychological counseling, family support, family counseling, and slowly actually when we think the children will be prepared in 3 to 6 months, then we will try to move them in the normal school. We will again then follow up and support them to go and do for the higher education. Go and do for the higher education.
Namaste.
पढ़ाई सबसे जरूरी बा.
Namaste.
खाई जरूरी बा कि ना खाई तो जिए जाए ना जिए जाए वही है अभी के ज़माना में पढ़ाई जरूरी बा ना पढ़ल जाए दुख होई तो मर ले अब काम कर जाए के बाद कि पढ़े के बाद यही में
सर के बात पे एगो ताली मारो
Based on our suggestion, Mukesh is now going around the circle asking each child one by one what they want to be when they're older.
Police.
Sheesh.
Police.
She's gonna go. She's gonna go back to the freaking place where she was working in the factory. They're fucking. Oh shit, my old. Surprised no one said computer engineer. Wait, what?
Sir, master बन के देश के रक्षा
Arvind asks permission to say one more thing.
सब जने दिल पर हाथ होता
कितने दिन में पढ़ाई कर मैडम
अब हमने सब चिल्ली में
That guy did not do it.
अब हमने चिल्ली में ना जाए हमने चिल्ली में ना जाए चिल्ली
World is all right to everybody, so what we're gonna do now is we're gonna go on a quick break just to get some food, okay? I might just go back and play like a video or something, you know? Right. Just I think I need to mute. Alright. Whatever now. Whatever. And the difference. And the difference. Okay, so. Alright, so there. It sounds like 30 minutes long. Well, I don't know.
A subsidy is basically a sum of money that the state gives to people from a certain industry to keep the price of the product. Basically, a sum of money that the state gives to people from a certain industry to keep the price of the product or service they're selling lower than it would have normally been. Let's assume it costs Bill $10 to produce a hat, whereas someone from China can do it for just $5. In this case, a $6 per hat subsidy from Uncle Sam can help Bill all of a sudden produce hats cheaper than the Chinese. In some cases, subsidies benefit society as a whole. For example, by encouraging people to develop new technologies such as solar or wind energy, or by encouraging NASA to explore the universe. In a lot of other cases, however, they do more harm than good. For example, producing cotton would normally not be all that profitable in the United States because the costs are higher than in less developed countries. The U.S. therefore heavily subsidizes this industry at the expense of people from some of the poorest parts of the world, in some cases, who are not able to compete. Brazil, for example, got upset and took this matter to the World Trade Organization. The result? Well, the U.S. is now subsidizing Brazilian cotton producers as well, instead of rethinking their entire cotton subsidy approach. But what should poorer countries, such as West African ones, do in this case? Countries which don't have Brazil's influence and negotiation power.
You didn't answer the question.
Sustainability means that things can keep going, can sustain themselves, can continue into the future and go on forever. From a human perspective, sustainability for our planet means that it can continue to do what it was designed to do: provide fresh air, clean water, produce food, and allow us all to have a high quality of life forever. Unsustainability means that it cannot, and that is where we are now. 20 years ago, scientists in Sweden developed a definition for sustainability with 4 basic principles. These can be seen as the care instructions for our planet. If we follow them, it is good for our planet. And because we're part of the system that is our planet, it's good for us too. The care instructions are as follows: reduce our dependence on fossil fuels and heavy metals, reduce our dependence on synthetic chemicals that persist in nature, reduce our destruction of nature, ensure we are not stopping people globally from meeting their needs. Demand for the Earth's services, clean air, water, food, increases as the population increases and living standards rise. But the Earth's ability to provide these services is declining because of the way we're living. In our search for prosperity,
And I said, plastic, oh look at all this lovely plastic. Oh look, more plastic. Look, this thing. Just almost covers me. Higher surface area and more.
growth and success, we are destroying the system that we as humans are completely dependent upon: nature. We humans have become a threat to our own way of life. The Earth is a system and everything is connected: society, environment and economy. To live sustainably, we need to follow the 4 care instructions and apply them to everything we do at home and at work. If we can follow these care instructions, we can work together to be sustainable. We will all have a better quality of life. We'll waste less, we'll pollute less, and we'll create more things we value in society, while improving our planet's chances of providing us with the very things we need to survive.
Once everything's perfectly organized, I'll start working on my thesis.
Grammarly will
in the hall of the mountain king. Wait, how does an elephant turn into a piano? Okay, so they used to be, but... just turn into 3D animation. Interesting video. Hey. I need some damn water, bro. You know it's Mexico when it's orange. And you know it's USA when it's greenish blues.
En los años 60 escuchamos por primera vez la palabra maquiladora. La maquila venía a cambiar todo porque ofrecían salarios mejores que en otras partes del país. Eso es lo que veníamos buscando los migrantes a esta tierra.
Yo me llamo Carmen Durán. Este es mi video diario. Yo he trabajado en 9 maquiladoras. Yo tenía 13 años cuando llegué a Tijuana. Estuve, estaba sola aquí en Tijuana y aquí ya me quedé. Soy madre soltera. Tengo 3 hijos. Tengo 3 hijos. Soy madre soltera. Tengo 3 hijos. Soy madre soltera. Tengo 3 hijos.
Молоко.
Вино. Человек. Кофе. Человек.
Человек.
Лошадь.
Человек.
Чин. Чин.
Мой багаж.
Short. Yeah.
Сон. Сон. Ну, доброе утро. Ну. Доброе утро. Багаж там. Багаж. Багаж там. Нина, где багаж? Где цирк? Впереди. У меня. У меня. У меня. Цирк. У меня. Где цирк?
Ну, до завтра.
Да, цирк там. Цирк.
Ну, спокойной ночи. Ну, спокойной ночи. Ну, спокойный. Парк. День. Ночи.
Юлия, это площадь?
Извините. Где есть площадь?
Да, площадь там.
What? Oh, of course there. Юлия.
Юлия. Это площадь.
Юлия.
Юлия. Это площадь. Да, площадь там.
Square. Yes, there. Yes, the square is where. "21-day streak. I'm number 1 on the leaderboard because I'm just... What? Fuck. Alright, well that's enough of that for right now.
Vamos a grabar la colonia.
Okay, real quick. Okay. I'll go get water. It's not gonna take away the time, obviously water. Obviously water. We are back. Beautiful.
Donde yo vivo, Colonia Lagunitas, las fábricas. Desde aquí se ven la Sony. Ahí está mi hijo.
En los años 60, nuestro gobierno y el de los Estados Unidos iniciaron la industria maquiladora con un acuerdo para ensamblar piezas. Bajo este acuerdo, trabajamos con materiales que son importados a México. Se ensamblan en las maquiladoras y después se exportan para consumo en los Estados Unidos y otros países. Empresas de otros países vienen a nuestro país por los incentivos fiscales y por la mano de obra barata.
Oh my god.
Yo ensamblo playback.
Al inicio de la industria maquiladora, las mujeres representábamos el 80% total de la mano de obra de las fábricas. Decían que hacíamos mejor el trabajo por nuestras manos chiquitas y ágiles y por ser una fuerza laboral supuestamente dócil y barata.
En 1994, con el Tratado de Libre Comercio, Tijuana se convierte en la tierra ideal para sembrar maquila. A finales de los 90 hay casi 4,000 maquilas en la frontera. Y nosotros los trabajadores superamos el 1,000,000.
Yo ensamblo filtros. Yo ensamblo componentes eléctricos. Yo ensamblo mascarillas para el oxígeno. Yo pongo rina a la máquina.
Yo enteipo piezas electrónicas.
Yo ensamblo bolsas urinarias.
Yo ensamblo muebles modulares.
Yo empaco teléfonos.
Yo reviso lentes.
Yo empaco pantimedias.
Yo ensamblo cables de luz. Yugos. Juguetes.
Optisensores. Líneas
Juguetes.
optisensores. Líneas transportadoras de sangre.
Baterías.
Yo quería trabajar en Sanyo porque Sanyo me quedaba cerca de mi casa. Empecé a trabajar ahí, me gustó el ambiente, pero lo que no me gustaba cómo nos trataban. Nos daban carrillas, o sea, nos presionaban. Y aparte de eso, estás expuesta a todo ese químico. La resina, cuando tú entrabas allí a la planta, era un olor horrible, ¿no? A plástico quemado. Salías con tu ropa impregnada, oliendo a eso. Cuando yo empecé a trabajar ahí, al principio me empezó a salir sangre por la nariz. Pero me gustaba porque habían compañeras, habían vecinas y seguíamos ahí porque estábamos juntos. Y aparte de eso, no me salía porque me era bien concha. Yo duré 6 años y medio trabajando en Sanyo hasta que empezó el problema de que el producto que estábamos fabricando se iba a Indonesia. Según lo que nos decían los supervisores, los jefes, el componente que nosotros estábamos fabricando, el componente de Flybass se iba a Indonesia porque la mano de obra ya era más barata. Lo único que querían ellos era pagar menos y ganar más.
No, so I'm gonna watch this video. So that's enough today. Too long, didn't we?
Everyone's heard of the United Nations, but many don't know how it actually works and facilitates international diplomacy. So, in this video, we'll briefly explain the history of how and why the UN was created, the principal organs that make up the international body, and how they function day to day. And if you're interested in more topics about international law and diplomacy, then let us know in the comments down below, and be sure to subscribe to the channel so you never miss an upload going forward. So, following World War I, countries wanted to avoid a repeat of the horrific global conflict, and their leaders formed the League of Nations, dedicated to preventing the outbreak of further wars. As would become catastrophically obvious mere decades later, the League wasn't fit for purpose, largely because the United States refused to join, instead preferring the isolationism advocated by the framers. However, the US didn't really account for the effects its new status as a major power would have on global order if it remained isolated. The weakened League of Nations was wholly ineffective in its task of preventing another large-scale conflict. Once again, the world was rocked by World War, this time with even more disastrous consequences. During the final months of the war, states came together to create an international organisation, more effective at preventing conflict, and the United Nations was born. On the 24th of October 1945, the United Nations came into existence following the ratification of the UN Charter by the 5 main allies: the United States, the United Kingdom, France, the Soviet Union and China, as well as a majority of other signatories. On January the 10th, 1946, the General Assembly met for the first time in Methodist Central Hall in Westminster, and the Security Council met for the first time a week later. A week after that, the General Assembly adopted the first UN resolution, establishment of a commission to deal with the problems raised by the discovery of atomic energy. This committee is composed of the members of the Security Council, and, when it's not on the Council, Canada. We mentioned of the Security Council of Atomic Energy. This committee is composed of the members of the Security Council.
Well, commission to deal with the problem is discovered.
And, when it's not on the Council, Canada. We mentioned the General Assembly and the Security Council, but what exactly are they? The UN has 6 principal organs that oversee the organisation's main functions: the General Assembly, the Security Council, the Economic and Social Council, the International Court of Justice, the Secretariat, and the Trusteeship Council. Each principal organ is located at the UN headquarters in New York, with the exception of the ICJ, which is located at The Hague in the Netherlands. The General Assembly serves at the largest body of the UN, featuring representation from each of the member states. The Assembly is the UN's primary deliberative body and the forum before which we see most of the highest profile diplomacy take place, as the yearly session features not only ambassadors but plenty of heads of state. The General Assembly primarily deals with questions of international peace, admission of member states and the UN budget, all of which require a 2/3 majority vote, while less important votes pass by a simple majority. The Assembly is led by a president, elected for a 1-year term. The presidency offers a chance for ambassadors from smaller states to lead the world, as few states who have boasted a president of the General Assembly can be classified as major powers, the closest candidate for that honour being Canada in 1952. Instead of being dominated by these major powers, the presidency frequently features the closest candidate for that honour being Canada in 1952. It features states like Mexico, Afghanistan, Liberia, St. Lucia, and currently the Maldives. The next is the Security Council. The Council is tasked with maintaining international peace and security. The presidency frequently, instead of being dominated by these major Canada Assembly, can be classified to lead the world. As few states who have boasted a president of the General Assembly can be classified include mounting in a multinational peacekeeping force and authorising to use force when a breach of the peace has occurred or is imminent. However, the 5 permanent members each have a veto over any proposal before the Council, so matters affecting any of the 5 generally are usually doomed to fail, leaving affected states to resort to customary international law to solve their disputes. Moving to more peaceful matters, we come to the Economic and Social Council. The Council has jurisdiction over matters of economy, social welfare, environment and international development. The Council has 54 members, elected by the General Assembly for 3 years, with 18 seats from regional commission economic commonly named permanent the security administrative full court. Notably, the courts cannot compel a state to appear before it. Instead, it must rely on the state's consent. This may be achieved by the parties to a dispute meeting one of 3 criteria: submitting a special agreement to the court, being state parties to a treaty that provides the court with jurisdiction over the dispute, or having all made declarations of their consent to the court's jurisdiction under the ICJ statute. Continuing our tour of the UN, we come next to the Secretariat. This body is the boots-on-the-ground organ of the UN, led by the Secretary-General and responsible for the UN's day-to-day business. The Secretary-General is nominated by the Security Council and elected by the General Assembly for a renewable 5-year term. They're assisted by thousands of UN staff members who carry out UN missions throughout the world. When you see UN personnel working out in the field on development or relief missions, this is typically the body overseeing their efforts on a day-to-day basis. The final principal organ of the UN is the Trusteeship Council. The Council was established in 1945 to provide supervision for 11 UN trust territories under the supervision of 7 member states. The purpose of the Council was to guide the territories under trusteeship towards being able to stand on their own as states in their own right. The Council's rules initially required it to meet annually, but the Council amended its rules to require meetings only when required shortly before
Man.
Suspending operations in 1994, when all the trust territories independence. The council remains inactive, but when it is active, it's composed of the 5 permanent members of the Security Council. However, despite the council's inactive status, it continues to elect a president and vice president so that it may be ready for action if called upon. The return to the trusteeship council may be on the horizon, however, as there have been calls to redefine the scope of the council's duties to include environmental stewardship, though no decision has been taken to this point. So that's the UN and its principal organs in a nutshell. If you enjoyed this video, let us know your thoughts in the comments down below.
What? Smashed. We are not gonna. English. Mathematics. Motion.
Avery,
Oh.
how's the studying stream going?
I know. I'm studying too. It sucks so much.
Yeah,
And by that I mean I'm practicing my writing.
Avery, I woke up.
Okay. Time to send this practice essay or whatever to my mom and then
I'm studying for social and math. What?
Well, that's tan. Tangent thing, as always, identify that reference angle, which is angle theta, which is adjacent to the angle, is angle, but and hypotenuse. Tendencies with the lesson, first of all, has to be that way. Two angles, the third that is trigonometric hypotenuse may be it's always the side adjacent of pro. And the last little bit here is this, going to working into green. Mode. You can check to see if you're into calculate. You want to make the but where it says you might have. Some of you might not have big making side one side. We have Pythagoras will find side lengths, but what we see here is we only have one side given. I can't use Pythagoras with only one side, but we can now, with trig, start to use a side and an angle together. So here's the process we're looking at. Same steps over and over. What's frustrating about this unit is it's the same steps over and over. You get bored of hearing me say the same thing. What's nice about this unit is it's the same steps over and over. If you know the steps, it's a repetitious process. So here we go. We're trying to find, well, in this case, what are we going to use for the reference angle? Well, the reference angle should be is the useful adjacent, opposite adjacent. In this question, we want the tangent ratio because the hypotenuse does not do anything for us. So now what we're going to do is we're going to substitute the values into the tangent ratio we talked about in lesson 1. What was the tangent ratio? Tan. Sure to include there's our values. We chose the trig ratio. We wrote the trig ratio, making sure to include the reference angle. And now we solve. Multiplicate my multiple, and we know for sure. We have tan 53 by the to find by 1 multiply tan 53 times 3. Divide by your extra piece, and that equals what you're trying to find. There's what the calculation needs to look like. So now, on our calculator, here we go. That in one.
Fuck.
There we
Studying
go.
German is gonna suck.
Length 0.98 rounded with 4. Three of this, so it's everything like in lesson. First thing, identify. Grade 10s, away we go with page 12, where we are converting between SI or metric measurements. Listen to work we want to understand in the metric system. Well, what's great? Multiples of 10, which means converting is just about decimal moves. That's what we have to do to go away with the mass, which was because it's based on liters and 5 decimal moves to the right. So this would be 5 times to the right. So the number 30 has the decimal after it. I need to move it 5 times to the right. 33 move the then 5 to we don't count the 40 and right. The 0, it's just 300 meters. So we times.
Yeah, I'm fucked on German. I'm screwed.
You just give it up?
By 38.
Basically, yeah. Because
now,
I don't know what everything we're doing is, and since I don't know what everything we're doing is, I can't find any practice tests because they're all at advanced levels that we aren't at yet, so...
Yeah, you're fucked. I'm setting up a nucleus level.
Duolingo.
I have Duolingo. I'm gonna have to rely on that, but a lot of the stuff we've done in German hasn't been done in Duolingo, or the opposite.
Yeah, strangely, it's... I don't know. It's like when you goof off in class.
Goof off is a strong word.
Goof off is the correct word.
Okay, probably I got super Duolingo, so that's nice. I don't have to worry about making mistakes, but...
Why do my wishing compasses keep disappearing? I wish the wishing compass would point to the jungle temple instead of Ogawa.
Yeah.
Капитан.
Because I don't need Ogawa.
Сыр.
Ever.
У меня.
What else adjectives I need in German?
Пока.
Oh, fuck.
Дело. Дело.
Добрый день, Борис. Добрый вечер, Мария. Добрый вечер, Мария. Добрый вечер, Мария.
Okay,
Да.
well, I have a bit of stuff on the listening test.
Добрый
but
вечер. Добрый вечер, Дима. Дима. Добрый вечер, Дима.
Добрый.
What the
День.
fuck?
День. День, Борис.
У меня есть мама и папа. И у
Since you're giving up, nucleus.
меня есть мама и
what
папа.
language are you doing, Avery?
Russian.
У
That's deep.
меня есть мама
Yeah,
и
those are some
папа.
pretty weird letters. Too
Yes.
complicated for me.
У меня и у меня есть мама и папа. Мама и папа.
Добрый. Где? Вечер. Дима. Да, пока. Да, пока. Есть. У. Меня. Папа. Мама и папа.
Добрый день, Антон. День, Доброе. День. Добрый. Добрый. Доброе. Добрый. Добрый. Доброе. Добрый. Антон. День. Антон.
So I take it we're not going to do anything in foods tomorrow.
I don't know. Why the
I
fuck do my wishing goddesses, please?
I'm probably gonna like wash the kitchen or something.
Мой.
No, I still have to do my final project.
Yeah.
That's the problem.
If we aren't doing anything, I'm just going to do
Да.
Duolingo the entire
Да.
class.
Тренер.
I think you're gonna have
Это
to
мой
actually
хлеб.
help me.
Это мой хлеб.
Oh, is tomorrow your prep day?
Today is my
Это
prep
мой
day.
хлеб.
Ooh, why is that Mexican man so zesty?
Okay,
Тренер.
this is a pretty decent lobby.
Чай.
I just gotta go to mines.
Пожалуйста.
Да.
Oh, you're setting it up? Okay.
Well, I'm just getting all the areas because I have
До
like
завтра.
multiple lobbies. It's just missing the fucking
Где?
mines.
Парк.
It's always missing mines.
Где? Где?
Мой.
Temple's in a pretty shitty place,
Мясо.
but it is
Парк.
pretty close to Newcastle,
Мясо.
so it's just not in the
Парк.
greatest.
Мой.
Где?
Пожалуйста.
This may be one where you just go in a full
Чай.
circle and I don't even work
Доброе.
to this.
Oh, that's really good.
Пожалуйста.
Because I don't have.
Добрый.
That's nice.
Because like,
Извините,
there's no
где мой
point of
чай?
warping to Nucleus like at all.
Извините.
Please let me into
Где
the mines of
мой
the fucking
чай?
city.
Извините. Извините. Где мой чай? Где мой чай?
City.
Кофе, пожалуйста.
That's city.
Хлеб.
City may go straight to
Извините.
mines. I don't know though.
Это хлеб. Это
The
не
one
мой
good
чай.
thing about German is that half
Это.
the words are practically identical to English. That's the one thing.
Это не мой чай.
Is this fairy grotto?
Чай. Где мой сок?
There's mines. Okay.
Извините, я не ем сыр.
Mines is really deep, really far into mithril deposits though.
Я
Oh.
It's far in, but it's close to Bow's below it ish. Bow's diagonally down. Yeah, this isn't the greatest actually. Not looking. Jungle
Да,
and
у
Queen
меня
are
есть
good.
чай.
You can just make a straight path from Queen to Precursor. Precursor could go down. Bow can go up to
Есть.
mithril deposit.
As soon as I'm done my
Извините, где
Duolingo
парк?
right now, I'm gonna hop
I
in.
can show you the map on the screen share. Oh, apparently that didn't.
I can just find it. I can figure it out.
Чай.
Oh,
Пожалуйста.
no.
Извините,
Yeah,
я не
the other
ем сыр.
thing I have to remember what German is. I have to remember like what genders things are. Oh yeah, that is just a circle.
So I say go from start at the nucleus. We go jungle queen, queen precursor, precursor bow, bow mithril, back to nucleus. You think that's a pretty good? Because like from
Yeah.
here, you start nucleus or is amethyst. You go straight this way. Jungle time. And then I don't know where do you teleport out? You teleport out here.
Well, where are we gonna spawn after completing it?
You spawn here, do you not?
It's at one of them. I can't remember.
I think it's that one because that's.
Oh yeah, no, it would be.
That's the only one I see. So yeah, spawn here. We'd spawn here, just kind of Somewhere where there's not gemstones. So BZ. Bomb. Is that close? Is that far enough? Will that blow up? Yeah. How did that fall down?
Because there's only 2 blocks under.
Yeah, and you're going through some dudes mining. Let's go.
Yeah, I just have cobblestone. You can place it under if you need
arrived
to.
in England in the late 19th.
Queen, if you don't have it, I'll just make a path to Goblin. King, you go back in that path to Queen. This I don't like a path.
Well, we're just gonna be teleporting over it anyway, so.
Oh.
Ah, you're too close.
Come up. Boom. Straight this way. Goblin. If you need king, you come across to I'll set it up. So you'd be here. Go. Oh, there's a path. Oh, there's a path that leads straight to king. Okay, there's 2 paths you can take to king.
Okay.
If you follow it, you come down here, king. Come back up this path. I'll put a cobblestone mark. Come back up, you go to Queen. Next is Precursor City, so we'll go from here, I say. You want to go from... Oh, tunnel? Shitty tunnel. Shit.
Hi, Dimitri. Dear God, your mic is almost as bad as Nolan's.
I was speaking in a foreign language. Bro, how did it...
Hi. So you two didn't go because of buses?
No, I'm in class right now.
What?
What did you
No,
say?
I'm in class. I'm in class right now.
What class you in?
Mechanics.
Lame. You're not a cool kid not going to school.
Oh, yeah.
Lame.
Wait, isn't this Minecraft name Corrosive Central? Where's that?
Yeah, that's me.
That's
Oh,
Dax.
that's you. I thought that was.
No, Jesus
So-
True Rain.
I thought that was Dimitri because he joined the same time he joined the call, so I thought he's playing Minecraft in mechanics class.
This dude has been in limbo for like 2 years. Can't believe Dax is making me set up all this stuff.
Because I've been trying to study.
Wow. Studying is for the weak-minded. Studying is doubting your ability.
I doubt my ability to write.
I do too, but guess what? I
Yeah, but
doubt
you're too cool to do that.
that, but I believe in my gambling. Dude, like,
Pardon me.
what are these mines from people? Like, what the fuck are these? Come on, bro. Dude, like, what the fuck are these? These are the most useless, like, what are you mining, bro? The pathway
What are
goes
you
down.
mining, bruv?
Empty the compartments of your pantaloons. For what purpose?
Empty thy pantaloons. Okay.
Oh, missed entirely. Whoopsie. Empty thy compartments of thy pantaloons.
And that precursor just gotta wait for you to get here.